Toasty!
Beyond the... I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many legionnaires did so before you. Very few have returned.
I'm warm as fresh apple pie.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many legionnaires are whose invention? The stasis blaster. Quite a sight, no? The rate these days, we legionnaires hold a lottery to see who gets to man the things. You can bet it's no small amount easier to blast those flesh-eating... Don't ask me how the blaster works, though. I just make sure the thing's hitting its targets.
Drink and gamble, that's all we do around here. I hope you...
Oh, I could do with a cold drink.
Walk the worlds.
lucky find! Looks like the Mortician has reason to suspect Mare Cecil, Captain Aureus, Evelyn, and Esmeralda of something.
So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul flying to his death? This here's my family business. Yes, there's been a Roberts escorting stiffs into the next life since the foundation of Seal itself. They don't write epics about morticians, but I'm proud of my work nonetheless. Sad story, that. Though if I'm speaking plainly, the sentimental aspect of it all doesn't make much of an impression on an undertaker. Especially not these days. I just concern myself with giving the remains a respectable exit from life. We set him to rest in the northern graveyard. Perhaps he can finally get a little peace. How do you... Ah, the ledger, is it? Fool was I to leave it in the open. Or perhaps I even looked forward to being found out. Well, as you know, I have my suspects in the matter. What would you like to know? I know it sounds strange suspecting the doctor's apprentice of something so ghoulish as this, but there's few in this city could manage to transport a corpse without raising eyebrows. It was she who delivered Jake's body from the inn to the mortuary. And there was something about her that night. Some kind of excitement. Seemed she could barely contain her thoughts. That there was something thrilling about to happen. I can't quite settle it in my mind how a young medical professional would have such a strange reaction to and this may or may not have anything to do with the whole rigmarole. But her master, Dr. Theleron, bought an old shack of mine, one overtaken by undead, for an exorbitant price considering what he was getting. I never did figure what he wanted it for, but he sure seemed eager. Plenty of us shopkeepers entrust the mayor with the spare keys to our businesses, you know. And he's the only person in town with a second copy of the key to the mortuary. He could have used it to sidle in without a peep, if he were so inclined. Aureus himself paid me a visit the night the body was delivered. Came rapping at my door in the frosty morning before the sun had even started peeping, and told me to tell him, and only him, if I noticed anything strange or suspicious about the remains. Can't see why he'd bothered to go through all that trouble, unless he knew something the rest of us don't. I never saw a widow less distraught at the death of her husband, and I've seen hundreds pass through my parlor. It was she who rang my bell just before the body was snatched, lured me outside claiming she needed air, before discussing the funeral arrangements. Some accomplice could have sneaked in and grabbed the remains while I was comforting the oh-so-overcome Esmeralda. That gold's the only good thing to come out of this blasted affair, and I certainly plan on making some use of it. Well, with all the troubles plaguing Sicil, I suppose us natives ought to put our finest feet forward. Here, take the gold. Give it to... So, what's the bad news? More orcs rampaging through the docks? Or have those infernal statues sent another soul flying to his death? This here's my family business. Yes, there's been a Roberts escorting stiffs into the next life since the foundation of Sicil itself. Like I said, I'm sure as sin not the ghoul responsible for snatching that body.
They hustle and bustle while I sit here stagnantly and watch it all go by. Oh, how nice it is of you. the very picture of youth, to break the monotony of an elder's day. While, pray, let me be forward with you, O sapling rose, O leaf of spring, for my weary mind is triumph at an aged elf that has seen the years parade in long succession. Gladly shall I tell you more. Will I regale thee, O whelp of... You would listen to my grievances, guide me towards untroubled realms. Oh, you are truly a wonder, O budding flower of the morn. Yet, that which I would tell you is of a rather private nature. So let us escape. Hot spiced wine and a snug little room awaits us on the King Crab's first floor. Let us go there so that we can warm our boat.
Delicious dogfish! Yours for a scrap of gold each!
Pay the big cheese on your bluff with a wheel of the good stuff.
You there! A moment of your indulgence, if you please. You are the source hunter, are you not? The hero the whole of Sicil is abuzz about. The talk of the town. No, scratch that. It is so much more than a delight. It is an intervention of fate. Yes, that's it. Fate, Mendius, at your service. What is my profession? Well, I'll tell you what it used to be, and that is a man of medicine. But what does a man of medicine do but mend what has first been broken? I saved life. Oh, it's not merely an opportunity. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become better, to become the full extent of the...
Quite right. Adventure is what we live.
See here, you and I share the same passion. I never doubted it for a moment. Too bad your line of work comes with such measly recompense. Am I right? The wage of a mere soldier.
Many cheeses?
And I can't say that I have. I'm
Well, don't quarrel about it on my account. Still, if a matter is divided... Even so, my friend, matters of a pecuniary nature aside, what is life without variety, without spice? To be a source hunter must get frightfully dreary sometimes. Am I right? All those orders. Investigate this, retrieve that.
So you're just hanging around again, are you?
You'll always stay menial with that attitude. Just what those trusted masters want.
You disagree with one another. But that proves you are firm-willed, that you have the minds of independence, not dependence. And that is exactly why I am here, why fate has put me right by the door to the King Crab, so that I could meet you and tell you about the marvel that is the Fabulous Five. The invitation to join is yours. They call the undead a problem, my friend, but those who know the ways of the Fabulous Five see no problems. They see opportunities. An enterprise...
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the Northern Cave?
Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you. I am the Federal. Though I suppose my name is in the mouths of enough ruthless... It's very tragic news. I won't posture and say that the Chancellor and I were anything near allies, but I truly never wish the man harm.
Oh, my good man. Drink,
Alistair,
please.
have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
A source hunter? I'd like to report some dark magic. Only tainted hearts could tip as miserably as this lot.
Arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
So you're just hanging around the inn, are you? Waiting for what, exactly? Oh, you think you can speak that way to her? Well, suffice to say it, I've got my eye on you,
Been at the King Crab nearly 10 years now, personally. Seen every character you can imagine, from bums to wizards, passed through these doors for a pint and a place to rest. I think I'm one of the last folks to hear him alive. That awful scream has been ringing in my ears ever since. And with the room where it all happened still under quarantine, we've a constant reminder of exactly what happened. Though that's the question, isn't it? What exactly did happen? We all thought it was Esmeralda who checked into that room, and the Duke that followed her in. I was washing up and nudging the last of the lushes out of the door when a cloaked woman rushed in right past me. I never got a good look at her, damn my eyes, but I figured the way she disappeared that she was visiting one of the lodgers. Lucky for the perpetrators, I was rinsing bottles in the back when the terrible deed took place and saw nothing more. I'm not proud to say I ducked under the counter and damn well stayed there till I heard Ivad fling that door open. But I was paralyzed with fright.
you Baron.
I am a duke.
Never saw you in the king crab before. You're welcome to scratch me behind the ears if you like. I am Unsinkable Sam. At least that's what they call me around here. Used to be a ship's cat, but the clipper I was on sank, and I was the only one to wrestle himself free from the waves. The people here were kind and took me in, being the king crab's foremost patron ever since.
Challenging the fabled...
A magnificent ship she was. Used to belong to a pirate, I was told. Unlike me, she didn't prove to be unsinkable, though. We hit the cliffs right beneath the lighthouse. Not very apt a name for that building, I must say, for no light was shining from it. The moment I hit the water, I writhed around like I would on a hot tin roof. By some miracle, I managed to reach the beach, covered in kelp and smelling worse than a fish's funeral parlor. But I was alive, and that was more than anybody else could say.
Thank you to leave me be, you old rat.
So I was. What friends I had. They drowned alongside the rats I used to hunt in the galley. And there I was. Not that I have it bad here, mind you. I've milk and fish aplenty. Most folks will pet me kindly, and when one of the village girls holds me tight against her ample bosom, I purr up a storm. But I do long for a companion of my own kind. And in that regard, there is no one like Maxine. Maxine, the mayor's darling pet. So gentle, so fair a feeling. She likes me. I know she does. But when I declare my love, she backs away. I don't know why. I have serenaded her and braved many a bucket of water for my efforts. But for some reason, she is not to be swayed. By all means.
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself?
People make a fuss about them because they endanger the lands around the city. They never bother me when I'm out for my monthly walk, though. But still, I do detest them. I mean, they're so unnatural, aren't they? Cats can have 9 lives, but humans are only entitled to 1. Oh, don't mention orcs to me. Worse than dogs, that lot. Sank Walrus Willie's boat right from under him. Best anchovy fisher in the world he was. A loss to us all.
Back, demon! Back, or I'll... Well, what's this? Oh, Medora, you lummox. 1,000 pardons, comrade. This old bear's edgier than a dodecahedron these days. I'll tell you, it sure does me good to set eyes on another of our order. From Academy West, aren't you? Give Captain Wartruce my regards next time you see him. You wouldn't. I trained up in Academy North, after all. We don't cross paths with you Westies all that often, but it's always a pleasure when we do. Medora's the name. Retired, or so the Order keeps trying to tell me, but never out of commission. My hand to your cause and my sword at your side. Heavens hornets! That's quite a story, comrade. And come to think of it, one that might concern you. See, I'm here on, well, let's call it a loan from a town to the north of here. Hunter's Edge by name. There's been an attack there, comrade. Orcs. Not your run-of-the-mill savages either, but ones who've taken dark magic to new heights. What they want in Hunter's Edge, I can't say, but it's my responsibility to send them packing. Preferably with their horns in their suitcases and a knee-knocking fear of ever crossing paths with us. I came south seeking the Legion's help, only to find it tied here in Sicile. They don't have a spare soldier to send northward, and even in my finest form, I can't clear the place of that many orcs without backup. By the skin of my teeth, comrade. The savages were rounding up villagers when one of them activated a tripwire on our village wizard's property. Fortunately for me, that particular wizard has a penchant for things that go boom. I managed to wrench free of my captor's grip and flee toward the forest. He pursued me for miles, but I'd lost him before I made it into the Sicile hinterlands. Well, comrade, I hadn't thought of it till you tapped my shoulder just now, but perhaps that's where you come in. I need a contingent I can trust if I'm to take back the town. And the way I see it, you could use... I've been scouting Sicile for some time now, and I believe I've sussed out sufficient intel to help solve the murder of the Counselor. With our minds and swords in tandem, we'll make short work of the perpetrator. More than I'd hoped, comrade. I don't know what in tarnation's gotten into the townsfolk here, but there's enough dark magic running roughshod to topple. There's Mayor Cecil's doings for one, and the mysteries of our master Thalron for another. And on top of it all, the feline menace is lurking at every hearth and shadow. Now don't get me wrong, I think the mayor's a decent sort, even if he can't hear farther than the tip of his own nose. But from what I've heard whispered around the docks, the old guy's gotten himself mixed up in something not quite... I suspect an illegal source, artifact, or substance is at the root of it, but exactly what or who's given it to him, I can't say. And since I haven't technically been assigned to Sicile, I don't have the authority to interrogate him. Fella seems like a humble doctor, but I bet my sword he's dealing in something darker than splints and tonics. A loose-lipped fishmonger let slip that she'd seen our good doctor scale the city wall on 2 separate occasions, well past midnight each time. What business could he... Hardly the habit of an innocent healer, I'd say. You mean you don't already know, comrade? Their kind can see in the dark. It ain't natural.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? He's a bit unlucky to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Pointless chatter with strangers does so thrill me. How did you know? Please continue interrupting my drink if you'd be so kind. How curious of you to show interest in a lonesome stranger at the bar. Let me answer by saying that who I am is hardly any of your business. And anyone with...
I've got to mind back.
Bladorix! That! Ha! Quite under my spell, aren't you? Yes, my Me? You mean you don't recognize me? Well, you must live under a very long... Yes, that is strange. Strange indeed. But it's a strange world we live in, isn't it? A strange and magical world. Oh, you'll find out. You'll find out indeed. If I'm as good as they say I am, you'll have sprouted a pair of long purple ears.
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation, but I can't open this door for anyone who hasn't received Captain Aureus' explicit approval.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Hearty welcome to the King Crab Inn, and a pleasure to have you. You look like you could use a round or three, so what'll it be? Have a seat and stay a while. The name's Ivad. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I've been offering the weary travellers of Sicil drink and rest for nearly 2 decades now. All you see before you is the manifestation of my great-grandpappy Horatius Dungeness's noble vision. Well, between you and me, things have been rather slow since the, incident. But with spirits high and liquor flowing like it is tonight, it seems the crab may... Mind if we keep our voices down over that sensitive subject? Death and dark magic ain't exactly great. That room where it happened, it was rented to a certain woman. Though I regret to say I can't say exactly who. This inn isn't in the business of asking many questions. She came heavily cloaked, but paid the full sum in advance. I was used to such transactions after many similar concerning a certain Esmeralda. Figured this were just more at same. I saw one other figure go into the room that night. Someone tall, built broad like a man, but shrouded the same as she. Again, standard practice for Mrs. Counsellor and her visitors.
Whatever happened to that true...
I was startled awake by a horrendous hubbub shortly after midnight. I jumped up and grabbed me grandpappy's machete, bleary-eyed and awash in fright. By the time I burst into that room, it was horribly silent. There was only Jake on the floor. Whoever done it has escaped through the window. But I saw nary a soul when I looked out. You can bet I hightailed it to the Legion barracks faster than a jackrabbit after that. Counsellor Jake, that poor man. I knew too much about his affairs, you know. Never figured it my business to say anything, but after all that's happened, I wonder if that weren't Esmeralda's longest-standing lover has the audacity to remain lodged at this very inn, you know? He's called the Duke of Ferrol, a high title for a low man. If you haven't yet asked him about Esmeralda, I'd
Ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old things.
Please do keep shouting.
was Esmeralda who killed Councillor Jake, but I didn't see her here the night of the murder. Then again, she might have just gotten a new pair of shoes. Squeak! This will is disgusting. The folks in Hunter's Edge make...
Maybe the lock could be jimmied.
If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become. If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become. If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become. If only the popular girls from the Source Academy could see how edgy and dangerous you've become.
will is just...
Bones lit, skin heals.
Fastened tighter than the treasury.
About time the council took notice of us. You here for the bone rattlers or the club wavers?
The last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
About time the council took notice of us.
hunters go stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood. By the filed teeth of Suruma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
Might need to blow this one open.
By the filed teeth of Suruma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
Back on my feet again.
Match once or twice.
You think you can speak that way?
I've got to my match when I linger on the log while lighting my pipe.
Careful now.
We'll have none of that, you hear?
might need to blow this one open.
Will? Folks say it was Esmeralda who killed. I'm telling you, a necromancer must have been at work inside.
Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
Greetings, greetings! Oh, you are most welcome in my chamber. Customers rarely find me up here, but I do so abhor the hustle and bustle of the marketplace. That I am. I have spent more of my life on the road travelling alongside great caravans than I have in any given place in Rivellon. Oh, you wouldn't believe some of the things I have seen. Oh yes, a city besieged by the dead isn't even remotely special to me. All the better that it isn't. Oh, but let us not discuss. Let us browse and barter.
By the filed teeth of Sulumar Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Sulumar Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
The hunters go a-stalking in the night.
By the needles of the Million Bleeder, they'll end it all in blood!
The hunters go a-stalking in the night.
By the needles of the Million Bleeder, they'll end it all in blood!
The hunters go a-stalking in the night.
By the needles of the Million Bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. By the filed teeth of Sulumar Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog,
Let's see.
the torturer.
Key, lockpick,
All
or hammer?
hail, Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
Ah, you have come. Yes, that is most satisfactory. Begone, brittle mask of age. Hear me now repeat the words of Brittletooth, the child snatcher of Carador. Come, pray with me. My name is Eglandir Twil Salanar, elf of the house of Gandavum, the slaughtered house of Gandavum. But by the twin blades of the Shadow Vixen, I shall have my revenge. The walls of memory are stained with blood, and I would see them blood. A game, yes! A game of blood and brutality, of death and dexterity. Fun as herring the horror harlequin. But, like the elves of Gandavum, they lived in peace. Oh, yes. But one night, when the moon had hid her face, the orcs of the tribe of Kazuldagar beset our city. They cooked and ate and burned all undone. Every last one of us. Except for me, the midnight rambler, away from the city. I was very old back then already, though indeed I whisper of many years hence. But death shall not find me. Oh no,
Not until every beast of Kazaldagar has been bled. I may be frail, a withered grey, but the wealth of kings is mine. Countless assassins have ministered to the vengeance that is my want, and now is almost over. By Kala, Lady of the Last Gaze, I swear it is almost done. Only the very last one of the Kazaldagar still eludes me. The crowning kill that would seal its fate and mine alike. I have tracked her down by the curse of the spine spear I have. She does not know her ill-shapen son is setting fast. Color the dusk red, O sword of youth. Bloody the day with the bramble sap that runs through the veins of Victoria. Bring me the amulet that clings to her flesh, soon to fade. And yours shall be the bounty of vindication. Mine shall be its sanguine satisfaction after long, long last. Yes, Victoria. She is the one whose heart must be held in hand. The heart around which the fingers of that hand must clench and tighten until its choking flesh bulges with blood and its beat slowly breaks. The orcs of Kazaldagar, they knew my name. Oh yes, by the bite of the roving rattler, they knew my design. And so they sought to save their last, an infant. She who was to be, her name is that of a woman, her employment that of a civilized being. But by the fork of Barbara Maneater, she is nothing but an orc, a cyst of nature. One of a misbegotten litter dragged into life from the tumoured womb of a filthy Victoria. Librarian. Daughter. Adopted child of Cecil, Mayor of Sicile. There is bloodlust in you. I can feel it. Let it out. Set it free. Undo the last of the Kazaldagar.
That was quite the radical change we witnessed. I never would have thought that the benign old man we met outside would turn out to be a vengeance-driven aficionado of assassins.
By the filed teeth of Suruma.
Indeed. Victoria probably doesn't even know about her past. And yet, she's on a... let's call him eccentric's hit list.
Here I wait for thee in the dark, but the star...
It's locked!
Soon the last will be...
What have we here? A source hunter, is it? Well, my day just became rather more stimulating. Oh, stand still then, if you don't mind. I want to take a good long look at the so-called savior of Sicile. Tall as an elf, strong as an orc, but your face, quite classical, isn't it? Statuesque, some might say. And my word, what passion burns from your eyes. Please forgive my being forward, but I dare say, can it be? I am Anna, jewel in the crown that is the fabulous 5. I've cut 1,000 throats and baked 1,000 bread rolls, stolen the crown jewels of the Queen of Arata, and, with my pockets full, helped her reach enlightenment. When the day comes that I die, the gods will evacuate the heavens to make space for my formidable collection of designer slippers. I contain multitudes, you see, and I am utterly replete. Except that, much to my dismay, I had as yet to find the companion. But then, Source Hunter, you wandered into this tavern, and that I have. For nearly a lifetime, it seems. Well, I'm sure you must know what I mean. Like existence itself lacked a significant component. Like if you could only fill a certain void, could connect with the right body, I believe I have found that component, that body, that spirit within you, Source Hunter. Come, if ever we are to be united, we must... Yes, you must join the Fabulous 5 right away, as soon as time permits. Together, as a team, we'll explore the boundless realm before us. We'll uncover fate, inch by inch. Yes, I am part of that band of valiant heroes, and ever there must I remain. But you, my match, my soul's twin, may tie our fates together by similarly fighting under the banner of the You must speak with Mendius. He stands right outside this very tavern, and he alone can bring you into our illustrious fold. Then, my equal, friend of my body and mind, may... Come now, Alistair.
Sorry, I've run out of signed handkerchiefs. An Alistair keyring, maybe. In any case, make it quick. You're not the only fan who wants some of my time. What do you mean, not familiar? You expect me to believe you've never heard of Alistair the Orc? Why? I'm only the most famous wizard this side of the distance. Although, it'd be worth checking the other side too. And don't forget, I'm the most eminent member of the Fabulous 5 to boot. Surely you already know we've been voted the most influential adventurers guild by SideQuest Monthly. Your interest is piqued, I see. I'd suggest you have a chat with Mendius outside. He's in charge of recruitment and other such drudgery. A word of warning, though, we only accept the best and the brightest. By the looks of you, I'm not sure those nasty beasts are hardly worth my time. Though I suppose I'll step in if none of the recruits manage to prove adept enough to handle a few... Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for... Yes, she and I have a history. That's hardly a secret anymore. I quite doubt it was even a secret from Jake. Well, as easy as it would be to pin suspicions on Esmeralda or I assure you that the affair was never so steamy and sordid as the bit. Jake and Esmeralda had no great affection for each other. He had his interests, she had hers, and there was little passion left between them. Certainly not enough to fuel a murder.
Greetings, traveller. And may the Immaculate Conduit's myriad blessings comfort and cradle you. What's in a name, dear friend? For we all begin equal in the Conduit's eyes, and only through great deeds may enter into her. You mean you haven't heard? Oh, what fortune that I may share the goddess's salvation with one who has, as yet, been lost. Steel yourself, friend, for your mortal spirit could be forever transformed from this moment forth by following her instructions and becoming initiated into the one way we can each of us live on for a span great. She came from on high to we mortals and showed us the path to the goddess. She showed us that injury and malady need not mark the end of life, but that through her methods we could ascend. For this hallowed information, you must seek an immaculate chapel. Go north, friend, through the forest and into the town of Silverglen. There, among her followers, go on the path to the righteous, my friend. Forget not that...
Your head's growing more swollen than saffrons, I dare say.
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation, but I can't open this door for anyone.
Oh, my good man. Drink, you please.
Please do keep shouting.
The dance within the shadows!
Saffrons, I dare.
Owen has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Please do keep shouting my name.
Glorious to see you once more, fair friend. I hope you go on the path to the... fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say
Oh, my
he's
good
privy to
man.
ancient and arcane.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
So you're just hanging around the inn, are you? Waiting for what, exactly? Okay. Oh, you think that way to us? Well, just like I said, my eye.
Any takers? Come on, you chicken. Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for fun.
Oh, hammer.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met him now. Oh, thank you for easy being. Nemrys is the greatest philosopher in the land, you know. I'd give me left whiskers.
Here lies Catherine. I know, I was great. Here lies Patrick. You can kill me, but you'll never kill the dancer inside me. Here lies Jared. Shall I come back as an enraged spirit, or a lovable prankster ghost? Here lies Kimberly. Finally.
Hey, wow! I was wondering where that awesome sweaty boot smell was coming from. And here you are. I'm Murphy, Jake's dog. Wow, you smell great. Have you been rolling around on dead things, or you know who I miss? Jake, sometimes he'd just sit there there being awesome. And I'd give him this look like, you smell great. And he'd give me this look like, you do too, Murphy. And he was my best friend. I came here so I could smell Jake again. He smelled great. But whatever's buried there doesn't smell like Jake at all. No, it's definitely not Jake. He was... If I ever find out who killed Jake, the most awesome Jake who ever jaked, I'll bark so much! Seriously, so much! You have...
Here lies Kimberly. Finally.
Looks like that dog is awfully active.
Perhaps he wants to tell
Here
us.
lies Jacques, the oldest man in Sicily. Get off my grave, you jackanapes. Here lies James, as usual, the filthy fibber. Here lies Kavanagh. Will they have Sicile pie in the afterlife? Here lies Jake. Please do not disturb.
Oh, wow! You smell even better than last time. Wow!
Rest in peace, darling.
What trickery is this? That's not Jake.
It's a rotting sheep's corpse.
Are you
It
saying
seems
without
someone
me?
snatched Jake's body.
Rest in peace, darling.
Jake, where are you? Wow, that dead sheep smells pretty great. I mean, wow. But it's nothing compared to Jake. Seems like some mutt is marking my territory. Someone stole Jake? Jake stole my ball once, but then he threw it far, and I went and I got it. And Jake was awesome. Listen, if you go around town and find someone who you think might have done it, bring me a really stinky something of theirs. And I'll see if I can smell Jake on it. An awesome smell. I couldn't mistake it. Esmeralda? Ugh, terrible smell. Like flowers and soap. Not awesome. Ugh, hated her. Aureus is kind of awesome. Evelyn, too. They both have a sweaty, dead thingy smell. Cecil, he's all right, I guess. Mostly he smells like old books, which is neither awesome nor non-awesome. Bring me anything of theirs, and I'll be able to tell. Jake has the best smell. I'd know it anywhere. Join you? No way. I mean, you smell pretty great. Even better than the dumpster behind the butcher's house. But the town is full of scary stuff like bodies. Without my best friend, the most awesome Jake ever, here to protect me, I'd rather stay far away. Just bring those smelly items to me here.
May the seven keep you.
Jake, where are you? Are you here, Jake? Jake! Oh, oh, ah, oh, 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 oh. Wow, that dead sheep smells pretty great. I mean, wow. But it's nothing compared to Jake. Seems like some mutt is...
Here lies Nemris, master of philosophy. Here lies David, who ran from the Reaper. You'll never catch me alive.
Rest in peace, darling. Peace be with you, traveller. May your lost loved ones rest in peace. I once lived a prosperous life with my husband and our happy little daughter, Loni. Loni never recovered from the loss. And when a group of mercenaries, predators, more aptly called, came to town dangling the opportunity to annihilate those undead devils. She was killed less than a week after she joined. Here she lies.
In memory of Loni, death lies on her like an untimely frost upon the sweetest flower of all the field.
Good luck out there, Hunter. Evil lurks beyond Siseal's ramparts.
Legionnaire, at your service.
Better to evacuate this place while there's still some left to save, I say. Go while the going's good.
Honoured to meet you. Wish I was a source hunter. Dangerous.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Ahu's invention, the stasis blaster. Quite a sight, no? The ray can singe a zombie or These days, we Legionnaires hope. Don't ask me how the blast...
Now, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, yeah. Where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, there it is. Now, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, there it is. Now, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, there it is. Now, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, there it is. Now, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, there it is. Now, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, there it is. Now, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were...
Now, where is my pepper?
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I...
You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
You're a source hunter, aren't you?
Good luck out there,
Salutations.
Hunter.
The face, Furious. She bit me in the face.
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly'll be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that...
Hey, who's that then? Come on, stand where my good eye can see you.
Easy, Tull. That's the source hunter you're talking to.
She may have the look of a woman if you squint hard enough, but she's no more than a wild animal. We got reports of a strange-looking outsider skulking through the town with her bow drawn. I found her crouched behind a tree, taking aim at a fat old rat trotting along the city walls. I tapped her on the shoulder to see what was what, and the beast startled like a wild cat and lunged right at me.
Bit Tullia right in the face, she did. It wasn't pretty, and now it's got a chunk ripped off it to boot.
Enjoy it while you can, Ver. There's not another legionnaire in the cohort that'll have you if I go rabid.
Well, that's to be decided. She doesn't seem to be sick, despite Tully's moaning. We can't keep her here forever, but we can't well send her into the wilds again, can we?
Attention! About base! To the barracks! March! Recruits! That was sloppier than Sicilian stew.
After all, a fearless hunter might prove quite useful for our investigation.
Well, that's a relief, ain't it? We found a good home for her after all, Tull.
About base! To the barracks! March! Recruits! That was sloppier than Sicilian stew.
Heed me, Source Hunter. She's not good for anything more than cannon fodder. And don't turn your back on her when she's got that book.
Source Hunter. I have heard tales both grand and terrible about the world of humans. I myself was caged one moment and freed the next by our kind. In Home Forest, every creature acts according to the nature of its kind. Birds frighten easily, badgers fear little. But amongst men, there are no guarantees.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir, no, sir.
Attention! About face!
It is difficult for me to claim humanity as you do. I am still learning to see myself in the faces of those I meet. And those I meet do not always see themselves in me.
Those boots would embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining, recruits.
Sorry, sir.
Attention!
It is strange to stand with one foot in the forest and the other in the city, Source Hunter.
Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! Attention! About face! Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again!
Know much about zombies, do you? How about walking bones?
About face! Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again!
You're a source hunter, aren't you? They say you can talk to animals, but I, for one, won't be falling for such a tall tale.
Have some pity. Can you spare a coin?
I've just got back from the realm of fairy. It was lovely, but I should have brought my winter...
One coin or two, noble spirit? One coin or two? Oh, I am a happy man, and certainly a humble one now. It turns out losing it all has its own share of benefits. Ah, a fool once was I, and ever seeking greater satisfaction than that which I already enjoyed. In my folly, I sought the counsel of those notorious Watcher statues on the western cliffs. Their guidance ruined... I'd heard they were not to be trusted, that they gave fools' advice to the fools who sought them, but somehow I believed that I was the exception. They told me that I would find fame and renown if I renounced my worldly possessions, all my worldly possessions, and became a great figure of fire. The most thorough cleanser was my method. But as my house burned in front of me, I felt no elevation, no piety, only the sudden weight of my own idiocy upon my very soul. May the soul of Astarte smile upon you, kind stranger.
So, those statues told him he'd have to renounce his earthly possessions to become a spiritual leader, did they? Some of the richest people in the world are also some of the most miserable. Gold can purchase many things, but not...
You say you will take me under your wing, but I see no feathers. Are you a child of the birds, as I am of the bears? In truth, this is a relief. Your world is made with rules I have not yet memorized. And so the lonely babe was fed upon the wild mother's milk, and cast aside from humankind, he thrived among the wise godwolf Amira, raised the child Threes among her litter. So you see, I have good company. Threes the wolfson, and I the bear daughter.
14.
Ask freely, my friend. Your city is far more wild than Home Forest. In Home Forest, the rules are clear. In Home Forest, your strength and speed determine. Here, a tiny screech woman, no swifter than a mudworm, might confine you into a tiny cage, and one must wait for a kind stranger to grant freedom. Jarrett, wise Jarrett, taught me the bird songs of our people. If not for him, I would never have learned more than the beasts could teach me. A beast's life is to survive. A human's is to know. I am both beast and human, and so I must do both. I have learned all the bird song that Jarrett could teach. I remembered every word. The remembering of the beasts is without lies. We know not to approach the wasp's nest because long ago one bear mother discovered its dangers. This she taught to her. We do not remember Rito and the battle of the buzzing brutes. We remember only what is useful to us now. Rito will be forgotten. The beauty of the story will be forgotten. It is different between beasts and humans. I am lucky to enjoy both ways. He came to me when I was small. A fierce, wild one, yet unaware of the difference between. He called to me in a soft song. At first I thought him a great bird. We each reached out to the other. Jarrett visited me often, and in time I learned his songs and more. When he built a small cabin within Home Forest, I hunted his food and fetched his water by day while he studied his books and his magics. By night, by the fire, he'd tell me tales of the world of people. Jarrett is my master and my friend, my teacher and myself. He teaches me and I care for him. I heard this was a place of many people, so here I came. I have seen more faces here in a day than I had seen, but I have not found the face I seek. Jarrett is missing. It is my duty to find him. That mystery is thick and ugly as a swarm of hornets. It started with a great disturbance in Home Forest. A terrible disease came in the night and turned the birds and beasts soft and foul as carrion while they still lived. I watched countless of my loved ones die, rotted from the inside. When I ran to Jarrett to tell him what I had seen, his reaction the next morning, Jarrett did not emerge from his room. I left him be, but after 3 days I grew anxious. I broke down the door and inside his chamber was nothing. He was kidnapped and all his research was taken with him. The only clue I found was a letter among the scraps. I could not make out all the words, but I recognized the threat. I do not know the one called Attenborough, but I know that if I am to find Jarrett, I must start there. Whoever this Attenborough may be, I believe he or she may know where Jarrett has been taken. Heard any good tales, my friend?
Cruel fortune. Cruel fortune. Have some pity. 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 Can you spare a coin? Can you spare a coin? Can you spare a coin? Have some pity. Can you spare a coin? Have some pity.
You there! Sit! Stay a while. Right in front. I'll excite you. I'll delight you. I'll beguile you. Don't pity me. No, sir. Just a few. When Reginald came, he brought some fantastic prop with him. Now, have you seen it? It seems even my usually choosy audience has been taken in by that hack's little gizmo. I'm a man of skill, and even when there's no crowd to speak of, old Reggie still has at least one fan calling bravo and hee-haw. Sure as the sun sets. I don't know how he inspires such loyalty with less talent contained between his... Is the stage calling you? You there? And who are you supposed to be? Oh, I should have been one of the greats, but here am gathering peasants to watch peasants perform? No. Really? I hadn't noticed. If not for this ridiculous condition, you'd know me as, don't you have an impressive library here in Sicil? I'm sure that beast of a librarian could rustle something up. Take it up with Katerina. She's the
I've just got back from the realm of fairy.
My word!
My word!
Zombie ate your dog? Orc sunk your ship? No matter! You're at Katerina's Fair, a veritable summer home for troubled minds. Won't you? Well, I'm Katerina the Fair, fairest first lady of the fair, of course. I've an open stage in want of talent, and I've often found the best young performer. The theatre's fever has overcome you, has it? Marvelous! I do so love a fresh green talent ready to bloom. But I support players. Check the library and see if any of the classics there interest you. I'd love to see a Source Hunters take on one of the old standards.
The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba.
Age calling you!
Drink and gamble.
Sorry, sir.
No, sir. What's the status,
Another
soldier?
peaceful day, sir.
Excellent. Let's keep it that way.
Base! To the barracks! Not! I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many legionnaires did so before you. Very few have returned. Attention! About face!
I hope your quest fares well, dear hunter.
Quiet! No talking to these scoundrels, criminal scum!
I am on the trail, Source Hunter.
Do you hear that clinking? I think someone's got keys in their pocket.
Quiet! No talking to these scat.
Heard any good tales, my friend?
Oh, thank you to take a step.
What have we here, then? A so-called source hunter, eh? Well, look, do what you must.
You look, but you cannot see.
I'm Captain Aureus, if you must know, leader of the Legion in Sicil. By which I mean I have the enviable task of commanding a battalion of walking dead. For I fear it may well be but a matter of time before the undead undo all my soldiers and turn them into drivelling hordes of their own misshapen Gods above! Some politician snuffs it and everyone's in an uproar. Ridiculous! I told that wizard brat of an Ahu not to bother. But he just had to send for source hunters, didn't he? Nevertheless, I want to be kept in the loop. Understand? I am in command of this town, not Mayor Cecil, not Ahu, and definitely not some hotshot source hunter. So investigate Jake's death if you feel so. The scene of the crime is over at the King Crab Inn. You can tell the guard you have my permission to enter. Now off with you! Esmeralda is Jake's wife. Well, widow. Everyone in town, down to the crabs on the beach, is convinced she killed him. Now, the girl has the reputation of being a flirt. There is that. But that doesn't suffice as evidence, wouldn't you say? Or do source hunters rely on hearsay alone, perhaps? That certainly would explain some of the cock-ups you lot have made in the past. What? You're going to stand there and claim with a straight face your order never wrongly tortured and executed anyone? Hardly. But I won't stand for such nonsense. If you bring evidence before me, I'll evaluate it with perfect objectivity. The Legion relies on reason, see? Not idle superstition. Whom would you have the Legion arrest? Oh, if you must. Bravo! Figured that one out, did you? I haven't been stuck here for 2 years because we're being besieged by fluffy kittens, you know. Those brain-feasting freaks out there keep on coming. And it takes all the sword arms and all of Ahu's half-baked contraptions to keep them at bay. Keeping them at bay, that is all we do. Were that I could break their backs once and for all. How am I enjoying it? Are you spoiling for a fight, Hunter? Are you? Sicil stinks of fish, reeks of orcs, and on a good day the wind disperses the stench of decomposing corpses. I can't remember the last time I had a proper piece of steak, and by now I retch at the mere sight of sardines. So in conclusion, I am not enjoying Sicil! We are the pride of Rivellon, to be found and to be seen everywhere. We don't hide in the dark and lurk in corners like some I could mention. No, we protect the civilized from the barbaric, and we do so impeccably. I'd say they're looking for weak spots in our defenses. They can't make an attack over land for fear of Ahu's magical machines, so they're trying their luck by sea. They won't succeed, though. Not against... Yes, and he also spends most of his time in the guise of a cat, licking God's knows which body parts. Sects, sorcerers. He'll be seeing flying carpets next.
Beyond these walls, the dead roam free, Hunter. Be vigilant.
Wow, that dead sheep smells pretty great. I mean, wow. But it's Esmeralda. Ugh. Her cheek has the best smell. I'd know it anywhere. Did you find...
Rest in peace, darling.
Jake, where are you? Are you here, Jake? Jake!
Here lies Jake.
Rest in peace.
Please do not disturb. Here lies Kavanagh. Will they have Sicil pie in the afterlife? Here lies David, who ran from the Reaper. You'll never catch Here lies Nemris, master of philosophy.
Jake, where are you? Are you here, Jake? Jake!
May the seven keep you.
Here lies Jacques, the oldest man in Sicil. Get off my grave, you jackanapes. Here lies James, as usual, the filthy fibber. Here lies Kimberly, finally. Here lies Jared. Shall I come back as an enraged spirit or a lovable prankster ghost? Here lies Jared. Shall I come back as an enraged spirit Here lies or a lovable Patrick. prankster You can ghost? kill me, but you'll never kill the dancer inside me. Here lies Catherine. I know, I was great.
Oh, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? Ah, there it is. It never ends around here. There's a zombie in my garden. My sheep...
It's heating up. Know much about zombies, do you? How...
Murder within the walls, undead outside the walls. And here we lead...
Potent heat. Good luck with these Sicilians.
Source Hunter, A sight for sore eyes, if ever there was one. I know you're probably knee-deep in that awful murder investigation, but truth be told, the Legion could use your help. We've been conducting a series of expeditions into undead territory, and I'm afraid I must admit they've met with very little success. Lieutenant Selenia, at your service. I'm Captain Aureus' second-in-command, but rest assured I am a lot more kindly inclined towards source hunters than... Now, I certainly don't mind a bit of healthy competition, and even rivalry between our orders. But I, for one, have no intention of looking a gift horse. And that is exactly what your presence in Sicil is, Source Hunter. A gift and a blessing. Only heroes such as yourself can make a true difference in this troubled part of the world. Such is my honest conviction. The undead. I pitied them at first. Many among them were once kind and innocent civilians of Sicil, after all. No longer do I feel that way, though. Too many of my soldiers, the bravest among my men and women, tell me they are weaker in the west and stronger in the east. So I suggest you head westward if you want to flex your muscles and test the waters before blindly diving to your death. I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you. If ever we want to be victorious in Sicil, we have to track down the root of the undead uprising. Under the Pact of Volunteers, 3 expeditions were launched to do just that. But so far, 3 landmarks were chosen for further investigation. The lighthouse, the burial mounds, and the old church. Places fraught with danger all. There's a lighthouse to the west, up on the bluffs, overlooking the sea. No man has gone there in a decade, and yet the locals say it's haunted. There are ancient burial grounds to be found north of the city. As good a place as any to start looking for necromancers. A local archaeologist offered to tag along with the men. Here's hoping his knowledge on the subject may prove to be of use to them. There's a church to the northeast of here, built atop the very place where once stood a temple dedicated to the source. The Sicilians razed it, and built a church for the 7 instead. Suppose all superstitious mumbo-jumbo, if you ask me. But when the dead rose, that is when they were first spotted. Hence the expedition. So I did. The Pact of Volunteers. Many Legionnaires will do whatever it takes to go home, which is why I personally sign their transfer orders the moment they make it. The chances of survival during these sorties are only about 1 in 10, you see. So my soldiers are free to volunteer, and if they are successful, they just bought themselves a boat ride.
You think that's funny, Private?
Blasted Source Hunters here too? Well, if the Legion couldn't save this place, what are you gonna do? Greetings! These stalls are for our Legion troops. Rivellon's finest work up mighty fine appetite serving the 7.
Good morning.
Step aside! This maniac's gonna turn me into a meat pie!
Let's pardon him. Just look at the little blighter. He doesn't...
Meat pie, yay!
Why did you...
You let my chicken escape? Looks like it's your lucky day, Jack. Now to tell the troops they're getting nothing but the cornbread.
Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after. Well, Source Hunter, you come to the right place, you have. I got every style of equipment to fit you from head to foot, if it's a trade you're after.
Fasten tighter than the treasury. You look, but you cannot see.
Rivellon's finest.
Have you met the archaeologist? He knows all about... Never trust a doctor. They're all witches.
Give me muck, tra-la-la-la-la, and I'm... You know how you people say you're a good provider when you bring home... I'm writing a story called The Pearl and the Swine.
That's enough of that now!
Yours are for our Legion troops. Rivellon's finest work up mighty fine appetite, serving the 7. These stores are for our Legion troops. Rivellon's finest work up mighty fine appetite, serving the 7.
Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! Attention! About face! 2 barracks! Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again!
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir, no, sir.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir, no, sir.
Sorry, sir.
Attention! About face! To the barracks! Nuts! Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! That was sloppy and Sicilian stew. Again! Attention! About face! To the barracks! Not! Recruits! That was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! Attention! About face! To the barracks! Not! Recruits! That was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again!
Greeting!
That's enough of that now!
Shadows hide your loyal servant.
Fastened tighter than the treasury.
Sorry, sir. You think that's funny, Private? Sir, no, sir.
Have some pity.
Performers, showmen, show all of them. Sicil, what you're made of.
I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow. My word! Who knew Eliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So
Fantastic!
and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Fantastic!
Ha! My word! My word!
You there! Take a seat! Prepare to laugh your head off! Cry your... I am Reginald the Illusionist, purveyor of the most amazing artifact in Andevale. This fantastical talking head. Catch the act while you can. This show will only remain in Sicil as long as there are Legion soldiers to entertain. Hard times, Lord Pinchpenny? Ha! Yes, I know of that talentless bull. He was here entertaining the troops before I was brought in. I'm sure the hack simply bored his audience to tears until enter Reginald the Illusionist. We need our boys in red happy, relaxed, and ready to fight. Not wasting their energies cringing at a fool with a depressed rabbit in a borrowed... That's right, a talking head. And he doesn't just talk. He'll weave you a yarn so fantastic, you'll be begging to hear just one more, and just one more. I obtained this curio by some rather sincere... You see, I was diving in search of a rare medicinal sea herb. I volunteer at the local children's apothecary on weekends, in the shallows around Sicil's own Black Cove, when I spotted something amazing. The chest... Though the chest was stuck fast, I summoned a swell of great strength. I had the treasure of a lifetime in my very hands. But then, slurp, gulp, I was swallowed by an ornery kraken that seemed to appear from nowhere. In the hubbub, I lost hold of my prize and watched it sink to the bottom of the beast's cavernous belly. Still, I feared only for a moment. Before my mind's eye swam the faces of the many war widows and leprotic orphans who would be lost without my charitable support. I knew, grabbing fast to the hilt of a cutlass that floated by at just that moment, I summoned all my strength to slash a great gash in the creature's gut. Freeing myself from my would-be tomb, I swam as quickly as I could. First, it was there, along the rocky beach, that I tripped over this
My word!
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs. I doubt I have to tell you that I am the amazing singing Stefan, the only sentient severed head in Sicil. My audience sings my... You're a source hunter, aren't you? Oh, bless the seven. Look, you've got to help me. I've been... pleasure to meet you. Now, please, Stefan has many fans to meet today. Psst, now help me. Take me to Reginald's cellar. There I will reveal everything.
My word!
It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered.
Hey, stop that!
My word!
Fantastic!
Come one, come all, and see the amazing singing
Fantastic!
Stefan, Sicil's only sentient severed head!
Fantastic!
What on earth would an undertaker want with the likes of Huggett?
Come on, come all,
Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo!
Sicil's only sentient severed head!
Fantastic!
Performers!
Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo!
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is
Come one! Come all! Can't you hear the stage calling you? Ah, a familiar face. Come, watch the It seems even my... And even... I don't know how he
Bercia's shape is gone.
Like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
What?
You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
I'll figure out who murdered Jake before the day's through.
Just waiting for his big debut.
My word! You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a severed head. Step right up!
Bravo! Yeehaw!
I've just got back from the realm of fairy.
You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a severed... Back for more, I see! Well, I can't say I'm surprised. What with Stefan rattling off legendary... Ha! Yes, I know. Enter Reginald the Illu...
My word! Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines.
Fantastic!
It is said, this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elrond, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a... Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti... Oh, it won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with...
Hey, you there!
My word.
My word!
Come one, come all, and see the amazing singing Stefan!
Those dark robes.
Fantastic!
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd.
Bah! If you think black sheep are weird, try...
I spotted something.
The earth here seems to have been freshly fertilized and aerated. Obviously, someone has taken great care to maintain this gravesite. Are you sure?
And a disgrace to whomever is maintaining this gravesite, too.
You step away from the grave.
I give milk. I give wool. And what do I get in return? One way or another, they always try to fleece me. Especially that Evelyn.
Moo! Don't disturb Master Theliron now. He's been so busy with his research, the poor dear hasn't had a...
She'll realize soon enough that her little party tricks hardly make her worthy of such grave responsibilities.
sweet relief.
That rooster thinks he's such hot stuff, posing for Jerome like that.
Maybe the lock could be jimmied.
Oh, my good man. Drink, you please.
Please do keep shouting.
Say, no one's around. You wouldn't raise a fuss if I, borrowed one of these fish, would you?
Borrow, indeed. I'll sooner meet a cat wizard than see that merchant repay.
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear! I never would have dreamt of resorting to petty theft during better times, but what choice have I got now? If it's steal or starve, I'll choose steal. Oh, my story's tired by now. I was a happy enough, prosperous enough, before these lean times around Sicil began. So what do you think? Should I snag a fish? That's the spirit! Or should I say...
Sir, did you just steal that fish?
No, I paid for it. The merchant.
You were a witness to this event now?
Let's see.
I can't thank you enough for your,
Well, sorry to have bothered you then, sir.
That thief is free for now. But I wonder how long it'll be until his growling belly seduces him back onto the... I can understand your sympathy for that man, but feeding him for one day will hardly remedy his circumstances. You would have done better to help him more substantially than by covering up a single petty theft.
Join the Spud Club if you
Sorry,
got an eye.
but I haven't the time for chatter. These days, a moment's inattention is all a thief needs to snatch my livelihood out from under me. The dead are on the prowl, the council has been murdered, and now source hunters are encouraging petty theft. The few honest amongst us are swimming against the...
I feel. Now, that's a sad story. Elegant homes burned for fuel, oaken cupboards
Sorry, but I haven't the time for chatter. These days, a moment's inattention is all a thief needs to snatch my livelihood.
Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Oh, hello, love. Now...
What are ye staring at?
Day on the market, it seems.
Captain Jack's the name, though the title may be a little generous at the moment. Those scallywags heard there be silver in the Lacula mines, and they abandoned ship like the...
Don't talk to me. You're making me lose focus. Can't you see I'm busy modeling? Obviously, someone... All those naysayers...
No better solution to the zombie.
Ah, hello, proportionate one. Oh, I can see from the symmetry. I'm a painter by trade, as you can see, but a cartographer. I travel around Andervale, mastering my craft and finding new... Come on, you chickens!
Source hunters, eh? All right, proper, we're finally getting a hand. Things is chaos. If you've got a favourite sheep, best to fry her up now before she gets thieved in the night like me dear plump Ogget, the finest in me herd. Now that the herd's gone, old Birchie's just scratching by like a hen till the next batch of beasties comes through. I recently sold most of the tender loves to a trader heading north. Plenty of business that way these days. Those miners must be preparing for a mighty great feast. Wish I could have a nibble on my dear darlings all ground and... That louse! Did he even bother grilling a single luscious chop? I bet he wasted every last morsel. Captain Aureus will have a thing or two to say about this. Darkness and light.
Attention! About face!
Can you spare a coin?
Performers, showmen, show all of them. Sisal, what you're made of.
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the
You there! Take a seat! Prepare. I am Reginald the Illusionist, purveyor of the most... What a generous spectator! Find a seat in the front, eh? Ha! Yes, I know of... Enter Reginald the... That's right. A top I obtain. You see, though the chip I had the in the hubbub before my mind grabbing fast to the freeing myself. It was there.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti... Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait until the end.
My word!
Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo!
I doubt I have... pleasure to meet you. Now, please, it won't be the worst indignation.
Hey, you there! Cut it out! Stefan!
Fantastic!
Sightseer's only sentient salad
Fantastic! I'll figure it.
My word!
Today,
Fantastic!
the Great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst.
So?
Ardently did he crave pretty blues and golden chess, that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Ma! If you think...
I spotted something.
I give milk. I give wool. And what do I get in return? One way or another, they always try to fleece me. Especially that Evelyn. She's out to get me. I know it. Meh.
Moo! Don't.
See, no one's around.
Burrow in.
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear. Oh, my story's tired. I never. So what do you think? That's the spirit.
Sir, did you just...
No!
You...
I can't thank you and...
Well, sorry to have...
That thief is free for now. I can understand you.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Well, hello there.
Tall of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice and stir and storm.
Made a big cheese on your boat with a wheel of the good stuff.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Made a big cheese on your boat with a wheel of the good stuff.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
mood for cheese? This town has seen better days.
The slice of this fine Gorman bear.
No better solution to the zombie problem than
Bercia's shape is gone, gone, gone.
Ah, gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapours?
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more home than a slice of this fine Gorman bear.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens. Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Well, hello there.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. Eat a big cheese on your block for the will of the good stuff.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their moldy boots.
Don't talk to. Can't you see I'm busy? All those
Lonesome? Spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine. Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more home.
Sauce hunters, eh? All right, proper with. If you've got a favourite sheep, now that the herd's gone, old Birches, I recently sold most of the tender. Sauce hunters, eh? All right, proper with. Finally getting a hand. If you've got a favourite sheep. These damn birds won't fetch more than a pittance.
A sauce hunter will always receive a warm welcome at the town hall.
A source hunter will always...
Oh, golly gosh! One who flaunts the highways and byways of silly old Sicile with the easy elegance of a puss with her... But where are my manners? I am Maxine, and you... I'm the mayor's cat, don't you know? Born and raised on velvets and viands of most exquisite varieties. Oh, he's a darling old Tom, isn't he? Paws over tails in love with me, and who can blame him? The feeling's, well, at the risk of sounding as shallow as a spaniel, I can't but admit my love does not come unconditionally. What if we were to have kittens, he and I? They'd jolly well... Oh, dear Sam, he's such a good old bean. But he does rather reside at the bottom of the scratching pole, doesn't he? And dear me, one must have at least a mite of standards. But of course, darling, be my guest. Oh, this quaint little town is a tad too parochial for one of my more urbane tastes. But one has to make do, hasn't one? The fresh sea air does go to great lengths to invigorate one's spirit, that much I'll admit. And it is rather jolly to watch the ships sail in laden with all kinds of exotic wares, full of the little treats the mayor likes to spoil me with. Darling man, he dotes on me so. Heavens forbid! No, fear is rather too strong a term there, Hunter dearest. The predator's instinct is a trait we share, you and I. And though those rancid ramblers may not be quite as easy to put to the claw as mice are, I assure you, they are just...
What? Oh, it's you. Come closer then. Closer, huh? My ears aren't what they used to be. Nor my eyes, for that matter. Yes, hello, Source Hunter. Our city welcomes you. My elf? What elf? Oh, myself. I am Cecil, Mayor of Sicil, and husband of the stately Cecilia. I've been the mayor here for decades, and I'm quite eager to see Sicil through these difficult times. Yes, very difficult times indeed. What? Oh, you mean Sicil. Very difficult times indeed. As though the death of Jacon by source magic no less weren't enough. We're also facing all sorts of brutish and the undead have overrun all but one northern trade route, while the orcs are making a habit of savaging our beaches. That's not to mention that at the top of this whole caboodle, there's rumors of some new religious sect or cult or some such sticking its tendrils into the innocent, seven-fearing folks of Sicil. And, while we're on the subject of troubles, I myself have a private matter I'd like to bring to your attention. It involves a magic relic I rather foolishly sought. A weapon called the Staff of Pergamon. What? The undead? Yes, for the past 2 years those blasted skeletons have all but suffocated this city. With all but one trade route overrun, Sicil's once torrential commerce has slowed to a pathetic trickle. What of what now? Oh, you're speaking gibberish. Ah, you mean the Staff of Pergamon? Yes, yes. I was expecting a shipment of weapons, and among the cargo was this very powerful, very rare staff. I managed to place the order through means somewhat, atypical to a government official. Cecil proved an old fool, though. For the merchant slated to deliver it to me has just informed me that the damn thing has gone missing. I fear it may have fallen into the wrong hands, and I wonder if you could retrieve it. His name is Conrad, captain of the Tide Splitter, a merchant ship still docked at the Sicil harbor. You can talk to him if you think it'd help, but I'd quite like to avoid getting the Legion involved, if you don't mind. The staff itself contains a shard of an ore, highly valued for its use in the weapons of war. I know use of the material to be forbidden, but I was desperate to do something to aid the townsfolk against the undead. Well, I do believe that's something your parents ought to have discussed with you long ago, Source Hunter. But I suppose if you really don't know, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least explain the... you see, when a lady and a fellow find each other rather nice, well, this is nonsense. I'm the mayor for the 7th sake. I can't be bothered to chat all day about the birds and the bees when Sicil's under siege by orcs. Jake, murdered? Oh, yes. Yes, now I recall. Indeed. I could hardly believe it myself. The Council and I have certainly had our differences over the years. Most of the townsfolk are certain Jake's wife Esmeralda is responsible. In fact, the Legion have taken her into protective custody to keep her safe from the mob. As you can imagine, I've known Esmeralda for years. That business between her and the Duke of Ferrol was always a bit, suggestive. But I've never had cause to suspect her of violence. Still, one never knows for sure. An all-right bloke, apart from all this Esmeralda nonsense. The whole town knows the only goal of his business trips to Sicil is to spend a night or two at the King Crab Inn with Mrs. Counselor. That depends. What kind of berries are you interested in, exactly? The library. Yes, you must have a visit. It's the gem of Sicil. Would you like to have a look? I'll escort you up. Marvelous! Follow me, then. What? Oh, yes. This library is the jewel in Sicil's crown. My Victoria has every volume you could possibly imagine, and she's got every speck of it.
Tread silently. Strike viciously.
The knight in see-through armor? Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom? Stentican.
No, this isn't the
Esmeralda
grimoire
does have a
I'm
propensity
looking
for all things naughty, hasn't she?
The Encyclopedia
Treasure!
Daemonium. I know it by heart. Demon. Something more advanced.
The knight in
The
see-through
Encyclopedia
armor.
Daemonium.
Princess
I know
Buttercup
it
with the
by
blushing
heart.
bottom? Stentican. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. The first edition, too. Most promising.
place this book here?
Demonology
A
for
volume of poetry,
dumbbells.
novels.
Ugh.
Urack.
I need something more
Mayhem.
advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition, too. Most promising. Demonology for dumbbells.
Kajdanor.
Ugh.
A brief
I
history
need
of
something
sorcery
more
still hasn't
advanced.
been returned.
Is there no
Celeron will
new
have to pay
book
yet
to be
another
discovered in this
fine.
library?
Assassin's armor!
It's a key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. Is there no new
Kajdanor.
book to be discovered in
A brief
this
history
library?
of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will have to pay yet another fine.
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Kajdanor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will A have source hunter? Oh, me. I live alone here in town. Used to be that my young boy's always been something of a rascal, calling his petty hooliganism adventuring. For my part, I encouraged him to join the Legion. Even got him sparring with captain of that band of... I don't even know what to call them. Well, they're his heroes, and I simply couldn't prevent him from going to see them. That one meeting was all it took for Tom to...
The Pseudomonarch omnes autem mali daemones quam.
The knight in see-through armor, Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom, Stentecken. Esmeralda
What?
does have a...
What is this? Who are you to interrupt my musings? But perhaps I spoke too soon. Perhaps I was mistaken. For you hardly resemble the local fisher folk, which, incidentally... No. A source hunter. That is what you are. Yes, a stalker of sorcery. A chaser of charms pernicious. In truth, I cannot go so far as to say it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, for why? Simply because you hunt source, and I, Jehan, hunt demons. You are aware, of course, that now. I hate what I hunt, but I respect its cunning. This is a sentiment I'm quite certain you must recognize. Let there be strength in cunning, yes, but also in numbers, on one condition. That on our joint travels we will never deal with demonic entities, no matter how tempting their propositions. Give me your word on this.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where's the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
Most gratifying. I see you are firm of purpose and thereby ready to descend. Descend into the madness that is sorcery. Into the depths where demons die.
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she? Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Urack! What mayhem! Kajdanor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will have to pay yet another fine.
Yes, Victoria's come a long way from that little bundle of claws and teeth I adopted so long ago. Ah, it brings a tear to my eye just seeing... What? Oh, yes, yes. I'll be on my way back downstairs now. Please...
In the name of Amun-Hor, I bid thee Tujta Geta Hal. Be welcome, human. My library is yours, as I hope your friendship is mine. I am Victoria, daughter of Mayor Cecil. Oh, I know what you're thinking. When I was very young, you see, I must have been cast out by my tribe, for I was found in a wicker basket floating past Sicile toward the sea. The fisherman who found me would have drowned me on the spot, for I am an orc after all. But praise be Amun-Hor, dear Cecil was among the gathered crowd, and he took pity on the exiled infant that chance had put in. He raised me like I was his own. This kindest of souls taught me the language of men, their customs and their letters. Thus, I became the city's librarian, a position I uphold with no small diligence, and indeed you may. The wisdom I here hoard is yours to peruse and even take with you. All I can ask is that you return the books you borrow so that others may enjoy them too. Kira Lizor! Oh, do pardon my language, my friend, but that is quite the startling revelation. So much sadness, so much anguish. Eglandir's tale is heartrending. Does he not see that I am now the one who is to be wronged? Why, oh why must he make me, of all gentle-minded and life-loving creatures? Why so? Let us approach the situation with reason and ask ourselves, where do we go from here? Though, first let me say this. Hashizm bil kushum zunum. From my heart, I thank you for warning me. I thank you and I trust you. So pray, let me pose the question. What do you advise we should do? My amulet? But it is Haxmaji, a sacred token that houses the presence of my ancestors. No, I cannot part with my talisman, the keepsake of my soul. Put it like that, I guess. I cannot say that it is. I do this very reluctantly, but fine. Have my talisman. May it fool the elf that would see me dead.
What? Oh, it's you! What news? My dear girl, my darling I introduced her to my library when she was a girl. She quickly proved that the preconceptions we humans hold of orcs as savage. If you're looking for something special, just ask. She knows every book by heart. Papa's smart little cookie. Maxine? What in heaven's name are you? Oh, you mean the mongrel that's always skulking about the place. I spent months trying to teach that worthless hound how to fetch, and it sat through every lesson looking at me as if I were an idiot. Man's best friend, my eye. I've always been more fond of cats myself. Jake? Murdered, you say? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Now I remember. Well...
mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman bear.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish. Yours.
I think
We'll have none of that, you hear?
Any takers? Come on, you chickens.
Spirits of shadow conceal me!
Slice of this fine Gorman bear.
Potions to be
I assume you address me for a reason, so go on. Speak. May they be pertinent, Hunter.
Excuse is more holes than a slice of this
I am not from any place anymore. I go where my quest leads me. I remember them well, the sandstone castles, hued like the very sun that batters their battlements without rest. Yes, I can see them still, though when I try to focus on their details, like mirages they dissolve upon approach. For 1,000 reasons, and for one especial. The 1,000 obvious ones I'll list with pleasure. The special one, that is my secret to keep. 1. Their scourge taints the natural. 2. Their machinations irreversibly corrupt. 3. Their perversions seek to end. 4. Their schemes unhinge the fabric of space and time. 5. Their presence distorts all intrinsic harmony.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman bear.
Hunter, I could find you cross-dressed under the spell of a dominant goblin, yet when next we'd meet there'd be no questions asked. I have my secrets. Undoubtedly, you have yours. They are ours to keep. More prey awaits. I assume you address me for a reason, so go on. More prey
Rawr! That is, how can I help you, my friend?
Paint a big cheese on your book with a wheel and a pasta.
Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information.
I think I'll sleep by the fire tonight, once the regulars stagger home.
Match one sword twice.
So there's the rub. I am but a stray, and she is the mayor's cat. Oh, I do understand her, I do. She wants a tom of means, not privation. Would that I still had my collar. Such a marvel it was, as bejeweled as the night sky with precious stones, said to have once been worn by a far-off Maharaja's best hunting cheater. Like the king of all cats I looked when I wore it. A gift bestowed upon me by a princess whom I had kept company during a long and perilous voyage. A precious band of gemstones, lost as I was tossed around by the waves like a ball in a game of catch. Among the waves it remains, I imagine. Worn perhaps by a crab who fancies himself a Caesar with it. If only I could be the Caesar again, and Maxine my Caesar. By all means.
Oh, my good man. Drink, if you please.
Please do keep shouting.
This will is disgusting. Folks say it was Esmeralda who killed Councillor Jake, but I didn't see her here the night of the murder. Then again, she might have just gotten a new pair of shoes.
Oh, my good man. Drink, if you please. I need to go.
Let's see. Key, lockpick, or hammer?
Here I wait for thee in the dark. Yes, yes. Have you made the orc feel the black?
Yes, so it is. So it is. By Angus the Impaler's favourite steak, you've done well by me. Oh, Ravager of Gazaldagar, the last of their line is dead. The House of Gandavon has been avenged. Sweet.
Everything we do seems to fortify your abilities. Have no fear, my friend. I'm determined to prove my worth to you.
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your... Not exactly the friendliest bloke, the captain, is he? Well... Source was...
What happened? Is this a dream?
I don't think so. That stone. Somehow it sends us flying into the stars.
Terrible! By the quill that lasts a billion words, what's this? 2 Rivalonians here? At the end of... Oh, yes, proper introductions. Zixex the historian As for how I got here, well, for a historian appointed by the gods themselves. How you got here, though? That's a rather more on such a tiny and rapidly shrinking vestige of space and time. I wouldn't have expected to find a soul but my own shadow. Ah, at last a question I can answer most definitively. I mentioned already that this place is the end of time. If that didn't send your time ought naturally to have no end at all. Indeed, I can think of no worse nightmare for a chronicler such as myself. But show, don't tell, I always say. So go, peer through yonder looking lens and feast your soon-to-be terrified eyes on the...
Maybe quite mad.
Then we had better appease him and have a look through the looking lens.
Come now, don't be caught. You looked. You saw. Terrifying, isn't... What's this? The portal! It's... The portal has become active! Fantastic! Astounding! Onward we should go!
Another piece of trash!
You first, but don't dilly-dally. You, dear stranger, you must be the key. Something about your presence here, those torches, a light, this portal active once more. It cannot be coincidence. Goodness me, how right you are. There's so much to take in, I'd nearly forgotten. And what you saw has been haunting my mind since I... It is the void itself. The dragon that is devouring creation. I can't say for sure where it came from, how or why, but I do know this. It's shrinking our future by the second. And if we don't stop it, it will devour the past. It's not that I believe, it's that I have seen. Long have I been waiting here, hoping that one day this... Then, no longer than a few mere moments after you arrive, zap it goes. The chronicler of time though I cannot say for certain. If it is what I believe, then our prayers might well be answered. In fact, every last question that ever plagued your noggin might well be answered, for I believe what lies. But why spoil the mystery? As soon as we leap through, after you, after you. Oh, you first, but don't. Yes, just as I hoped. There she is. There it is. Come.
And he's off.
It seems the imp has spotted exactly who and what it hoped to find here.
Could it be, milady? The weaver of time? Mother of his...
Indeed, Sir Imp. As surely as you are he who chronicled...
Astounding! Unbelievable!
You have brought guests, I see.
My reaction exactly, milady. It was their arrival here at the end of time that instigated my finding you.
This is a question better put to our guests themselves. Tell us, how did you arrive upon this plane? A stone. So, it was a stone that caused the great shock of energy that brought you here. And it's not like this, no. What happened to you is unique in never had I experienced something so contrary to my nature. To weave, but yours has. You appeared before me from the moment you came into contact with that stone. Starstone. I now know it to be called...
But, Madam Weaver, how is it possible? Do you not see all? Have you not woven...
Like the stones, your guests are a mystery to me. I see them before me in this world, but their likenesses appeared not upon source hunters. It would seem that yourselves and Starstone are inextricably linked. Why and how, I cannot say, but I do believe that finding more stones will reveal Starstone is not what it seems, Source Hunter. Its true nature must be part of a greater secret. Do you see what violence my work has suffered? What wound?
Mysteries of all time, gaps in history.
It would appear that Starstone transforms at your touch, granting me new thread by which to mend the tapestry.
I see what the void would...
Yes, though I cannot explain why this Starstone is the antidote to the... If we do not restore time, if we do not discover the true nature of these stones, the void will consume us all. Indeed you must, though I may not yet understand why. It seems that you and you alone can unlock the powers within Starstone. Yet we are not the only entities who...
Why, of course, that That's what they were doing. I have recorded their doings, you see. Collectors of Starstone, more and more by the day. Now I understand. They'd keep the stones from our reach.
Without these stones, Hunter, there will be no Rivellon. The entire tapestry will crumble, even this plate.
That shall never be, milady. As sure as Zix comes before Zax, we will put a stop to it. First we mend the tapestry, then we stop. Please, our most mysterious guest. Are you ready? Are you...
So, what do you think, Source Hunter? What'll it be, Source Hunter? Do tell. I've got something for you if you're up to the challenge.
What can I do for you, Source Hunter? More prey await.
What'll it be, Source Hunter? Do tell.
Not a moment ago, we were hunting Source in Rivellon. And now we're being told that we alone can prevent the end of time by way of some magical stones. What do you make of it? Still, it's quite a leap from finding a strange stone to placing the world's salvation on our shoulders.
So, what do you think, Source Hunter?
How welcome you are upon this realm, our most honored guest. I hope you begin to find this place more familiar than it may yet seem. In the ethereal threads of eternity, do I record the deeds of God, the drift of continents through changing seas, the rise and fall of empires, the shift of every grain of sand on every beach, the fall of every raindrop on every world, except, it seems, you ask and I shall answer. I am the weaver of time, as I have told you. Though my existence is one that falls behind and yet far exceeds the verb. I am but what I am, and that is task. It is the same for the historian. Perhaps we are one and the same. Task multiplied by 2. Who has made us? I do not know. Why have they done so? Am I the beginning? And am I to be the end? Who shall say? Perhaps I am the first thing in creation. Perhaps I am creation. Perhaps I am the creator. Or maybe it is you. You who makes dying stars rekindle. Time. Alas, the answers to those questions still elude me. You and Starstone remain a hidden answer. The link between you and the stones reveals that your destiny. I believe that Starstones will not lead you to new places of wonder only. No. They will also lead to new knowledge through the restoration of the threads of old. Oh, Hunter, I have no need for company. Like I have no need for air or appetite or affection. All I need and all I am. And yet, I do enjoy your companionship, for you may prove to become the cure that will heal my slipping soul. Quite so. Your absence, it should be an impossibility, but no matter where I look, you cannot. I do not know you, which makes you my one perennial imperfection. A blind, but perchance I may be cured of this blindness. Perchance the blemish may be undone, and time can be redeemed. What it is but a seed bereft of sun and water. What it could be That is what the star stones will tell us. What it is but the end. I reside in another realm altogether. But ever since the end of time appeared in these deep, dark skies, I materialized here, as if forced to watch the one thing that is unwatchable, unendurable. A thankless task that you may yet free me from forever. I think that perhaps you can redeem time, because you create time. Indeed, you have set in motion an event I know that no longer I did weave. I sat here at the end of time and watched on as the void frays the fabric of time like a terrified god that fears the offspring of his own creations. But suddenly there was you. You who stirred the life within the stones. These stones, children of stars. They placed new ribbons along, new threads emerged, and I began to weave anew. Starstone gives me new strands to braid into the tapestry. And because you give Starstone energy, it seems that you are creating time. These Starstones, please, seek them so that time may yet be mended. Please, for the sake of all that lives and...
The glint in your gaze and the set of your brow suggest to me that you've not given up on our dear old... No, with you searching out Starstone, I believe we'll mend the tapestry in no time. We'll find out just who you are and how exact... But you'll need a way to travel between Rivellon and this homestead, won't you? Who wouldn't want to see what fantastic changes your search will yield? And who knows what the Weaver might discover about you? Luckily, the power of portals is known to you, so I'll let you in on the little secret of how to transport back and forth from the end of time. Just, off you go then. You've Starstone to find, and I've a tapestry to examine. Surely there must be some clue here as to how on earth you're related to the end of time.
Cross my heart, hope to fade in the void, I honestly don't know. But ask her. If she claims it is so, perhaps she knows why.
Like the imp said to the ballista operator, shoot! Wouldn't it just? Would that I had a Starstone sightseeing guide. Just like yourselves, Starstones are curiously absent from history. From what I can gather, though, they were once cherished by devious sorcerers whose reign ended long ago. The stones are therefore most like ruins, caves, the lairs of long-forgotten evils. Those are the dens you should frequent. 2 more pieces of it, neither do I. But the mere fact that activated Starstone has set the Weaver of Time weaving again, this in turn more than implies that you are the Void's natural enemy, for it is you who is setting new events in motion. You who is handing the Weaver new threads. And that which she is weaving is more. We may not understand the how yet, but our aim is clear. We shall save creation from the grip of the void. Now, isn't that a lovely mission? Oh, I don't know if I'm more than those things per se, but having been given a divine mission does have its perks. Old age can't touch me, that's one. Immortality, but of course I have a price to pay for something that is priceless. It is my duty to record all of history, and an arduous task. So, gather those Starstones so that we may know the history that was lost. Know so that we must not repeat what leads us to this dangerous precipice, but do better. Lonesome, observing the frontier of creation, surfing the vibrant tide of the eons, always approaching yet... Well, yes, actually. I don't mean to complain, but one certainly... Perhaps you can imagine the profound pleasure it is to have made the Weaver's acquaintance after all these years. I can hardly wait to pick her brain about the great battle of the... Before you go, Source Hunter, a final word. Once you return to Rivellon, there will be someone... I hope he'll be able to help you as much as he can.
Source Hunters, I welcome you once again to the realm of Rivellon after your travels through the chasms of space. Nice to have found a shelter, wouldn't you agree? Where you can come to no harm.
Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage.
Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
I know the imp historian has told you about his agent on Rivellon, and that agent is I. So now that you know of the alliance between me and Sir Zigzags, let us turn to the business at hand. Starstone. And I'll be delighted to give it. Dark webs are being woven around these parts, and it is my firm belief starstones are the fly. It can therefore hardly be a coincidence that Councillor Jake was a collector of the stones we seek. His foul murder and the plight of dying time must somehow be interconnected. That means the task you have been given remains crucial. Find the assassin that did away with Jake, for you're bound to stumble upon Starstone along the way. While you were being lectured by our friend the historian and the grande dame of time, I snuck into his house. The advantage of being a cat, you know. You go where you please with impunity. And sometimes the lady of the house even rewards you with a slight... That's where I saw them in a cabinet. Mere slivers, but specks of starstones nonetheless. They lay there, silent and innocent, though bloody murder may have been committed in their name.
Sea garbage.
Let me phrase it like Zigzags might. A universe without time is like a pen without ink. I'll not pretend to have all the answers, or that I understand all that is happening here and out there among the stars. But I do know I'd rather... If Zigzags worries, I worry. We are talking about a creature, after all, that has reclined among the divines as nonchalantly as you and I lays beside the hearths of home. I met him first, a long time ago, out in the wastes of Youthful Gore. He wondered aloud what on earth a cat was doing out there in the scorching desert. So I told him who I was and showed him my human form. He laughed. In the end, he even shared his great sorrow with me. The unspeakable thing you saw through his looking lens. I was awed and frightened, but swore to help him in any way. Don't we all long for a sanctuary where our worldly troubles can be held at bay? But perhaps I speak only for myself, not for them. Like any cat worth its salt, though, I deeply cherish a secret refuge unbeknownst to anyone. Oh, before you go, here, take this teleporter pyramid. A handy toy indeed. You'll need the other one too if you want to make use of its powers, but alas, I seem to have misplaced it. Don't worry, though. Now that this matter has been settled, hunters, I shall detain you no longer. But rest assured, I'll do my share of hunting too. So if you spot a white cat...
How intolerable it is to think that all the knowledge of the world is being gathered by an imp. A creature, and yet I am a tad jealous of that jabbering little jester. To know all. It is a consummation devoutly to be wished. You'll rue the day you lend your trust to anything that is demon-touched. But this particular specimen, it delights in scholarship. A quality, I must admit, that highly speaks to its advantage.
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks.
Let us learn, Hunter, whether you like it or not, and through wisdom grow ever more mighty.
I'm headed for a fall! I don't have the right tool for mining.
These skeletons are always mumbling about Brachus Rex. Is that a new
I don't have the right tool for mining. I don't have the right tool for mining. A little help here! Slow down. Back on my feet again.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse has more holes than a slice of this fine Corbin land.
Oh, my good man. Drink, if you please.
Please do keep shouting.
Glorious to see you once more, fair friend. I hope you've given some thought to my revelation. I think you're on the path.
He says he's an immaculate. But I thought they'd been banished after the death of the Source King.
Ancient evil. In the first place.
Nothing but rubbish!
It's official. The Duke of Ferrell is the worst poet in Rivellon.
Come now, Alistair.
Delicious dogfish! Yours for a scrap of gold each!
Wow, that dead sheep smells pretty great. I mean, wow. Esmeralda? Ugh, Terror Cheek has the best smell. I'd know it anywhere. Did you find something for me to stick my nose into? Join you? Without my best friend? The most... Where are you, Jake? Are you playing without me?
May the seven keep you.
Jake, where are you?
Not in the mood for change.
This dog we met, how true a creature he is. How loyal and unwavering in its affections. Animals. Dog and deer, elk and eagle. We burden and butcher them, wretches that we are. These pillars of creation, this kind, this trusty beast. He is man's best friend, though man does not deserve one. Wise words. To approach humanity with the same distrust as one would approach a grinning goblin is to be ready for the stab that is to follow. I know, for I have lain on silken cushions in marble palaces, and I have lain on wet leaves in soggy forests. Vastly do I prefer the latter. Oh, the occasional thorn may pierce your skin. In the animal kingdom only one is free. Beware the wolf, yes, beware the bear, but their rules are honest. The kingdoms of man, this dog, it is a creature worthy of your affection.
Aaron has as many friends as the man, and he cheated.
My word!
Today, Auntie.
eyes on the prize.
Well, I was really hoping to find something better.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead.
This troubled mind can't have gotten far.
Anybody? Neither of you cares.
But if one were to reduce the quantity of skull dust by a percentage of 2, perhaps the stability could be increased by as much as 3-fold.
Come, make your case. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence? So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence? So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence? So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case.
Oh, a source hunter. Imagine that. Quite a bit more petite than the last of your kind. No matter. Even if it couldn't spare its heartiest specimen, I'm sure the Order sent the individual with the next... Me? Why, I'm more than a little surprised. It was I who cured the Duchess of Arata of her unslakable thirst. A simple pinch of Atropa belladonna in her morning tea. I who discovered that aging, not to mention that it's been my guidance that has permitted my apprentice Evelyn to make quite a name for herself around Sicile of late.
So, which of you is more deserving of life? Come, make your case. Anybody? Neither of you cares.
Yes. If that's how we're referring to the secretive use of a revolutionary healing method she refuses to share with her own... She's in the other room as we speak. Perhaps you can prevail upon her to offer a demonstration. She's gotten hold of a stone, supposedly capable of fantastic feats of healing, but she won't let me take the briefest look at it. But she claims to have gotten the relic from a little northern town, Silverglen by name, and that an abbot there blessed... Utter rubbish, I say. But with these blasted undead haunting the travel routes, I can hardly march up to Silverglen to learn the truth myself. Well, she certainly possesses a critical eye and an exacting manner when it comes to making difficult medical decisions. I expect she'll be a very successful healer in her own right when the time comes. She is learning from them. Certainly, what would you like to know? The counsellor. Terrible loss, that. Though we were hardly more than acquaintances, I knew him to be a devout. From what I can tell, it seems to be a simple case of jealousy turned violent. The affairs of his wife, Esmeralda, were hardly a secret, you know. I've applied myself to that problem for 2 years and still haven't come a step closer to solving it. I declare it an act of the Almighty's, if I believed in such things. Some events, Source Hunter, can be neither controlled nor...
Healing stone. Interesting indeed.
Nothing sets me on edge like inexplicable magic.
Anybody? Neither of you cares to plead for his very existence?
To what do I owe the repeated pleasure, Source Hunter?
Anybody? Excuse me? This is a private sick room. Who in the name of the Seven do you think you are barging in here? Out, I say, right this instant. Oh, I'm sorry. It's this task. I'm just... Who am I to meddle with life and death this way? I'm an apprentice of the healing arts. Healing! But this decision feels like precisely the opposite. I have but one healing stone, you see, and 2 direly wounded men who need it. Those men who listen for this word.
What's taking Tenderfoot so long?
I've been racking my brain trying to decide on the best method to settle this grave situation, but perhaps it's better off in the hands of an esteemed source hunter. Surely you are more accustomed to weighing life and death than I. What would you like to know? One of the brave few willing to traverse the trade routes plagued by the undead. A young man, but excellent in matters of business, before he fell victim to an... Thankfully for him, a cattle trader found him, nearly dead, but not quite so, and brought him here, quite the venerable staple of Seal, Stephen, and recently blessed with his 3rd grandchild. He was leading a crew of builders when a stray beam struck him in the temple, and only a few days shy of his last day of work before retirement, no less. Nearly everyone in Seal is familiar with Grinning Stephen, and, as you can imagine, he's quite dear to his family. Is that so? Well, I handled the corpse myself, indeed, but I hardly knew the man in life. I was shocked when Ahu asked me to come to the crime scene, but Theliron had taken ill, and the responsibility fell to me. I arrived at the inn, where the body lay just where it had fallen. The injuries were like nothing I'd ever seen. A single intricate laceration wove like lace around every inch of his skin. Neither a beginning nor an ending point were discerned. I personally delivered the corpse the short distance to the mortician's house. As far as I know, everything was, as far as a magical murder is concerned, quite normal. Yes, a curious relic indeed. I got it from a kindly abbot, Loic by name, in the northern town of Silver Glen. He is of a certain faith, the Immaculates, they call themselves. But I myself was nothing if not skeptical of his claims, but something happened as he handed me the stone. A small cut on my finger instantly healed, leaving no trace of the wound. But it's strange. The stone is only good for a single use at a time before it reverts to a useless, inert state. It takes time to regain its magical properties, and I guard it cautiously. You are? I thank you 1,000,000 times for your help.
There's no way Boris should receive that stone over Stephen. Think of Stephen's wife, his children, his grandchildren.
Now, that tone, soothing the corpse's troubled mind, can't have gotten far.
Imagine the joy on his wife's face, his children's faces, when Stephen returns to them. Isn't that a scene you'd like to see?
Those men hardly sound long for this world. What's taking Tenderfoot so long?
No, we'll do as I say.
Boris it is? Yes, I'll deliver the stone. I'm glad we'll get to save one.
Can't say I didn't want to live. Wanted it with every fiber of my heart. Not just for my own sake, but for my family, you know. Oh, Matilda. What'll my sweet Matilda do? Enjoy what remains of your life, will you? Never know when it'll be snatched out from under you.
I'm feeling stronger already. 1,000 thanks to you, my hero. What will I do? What won't I do? Seeing how short life can be, how easily it... And after I've climbed every mountain in Rivellon, and smooched every girl who'll have me, I'll devote myself to learning the magic that saved me. Everyone deserves to feel the thrill of a renew. I'll see you around then. I'm liable to spring out of... Sorry, friend. I wish there were enough stones for both of us. I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful. Sorry, friend. I wish there were enough stones for both of us.
Fine!
I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful. I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend.
Dance within the shadows!
Sorry, friend. I wish there were enough stones for both of us. I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend. I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful.
That tone, soothing a corpse's troubled mind.
I don't know what I did to deserve this,
far.
but I'm beyond grateful. Sorry, friend. I wish there were enough stones for both of us.
Thank you eternally for your help. Though your reaction to the healing stone, I have no idea what to make of it.
It's wormwood.
I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend. I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful.
She'll realize soon enough that her little party tricks hardly make her worthy of such
wish there were enough
grave
stones for
responsibilities.
I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful.
That strange reaction you caused. Blue light. I've been studying under Theliron for some time now, but that task, being asked to play the god, I've a passion for this work, you see. A passion to see things put in order, from a flesh wound healed.
I didn't want to ruin this particular batch of partying.
I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend. Sorry, friend. I wish there were enough stones for both of us. I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend. I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend. I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell, friend. feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell. I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful. I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell.
I knew it is somewhere. I don't want to ruin this particular batch of party elixir. Tools, wormwood.
I feel no pleasure in bidding you farewell. I don't know what I did to deserve this, but I'm beyond grateful.
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines.
Fantastic!
This I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew
My
Elba.
word!
He is said to have known Sigurd
Back for
himself.
more, I see! Well, I can't say I'm surprised. What with Steph, I think you've gotten quite familiar enough by now, thanks. Keep your paws in your pockets, if you please.
Fantastic.
I am Reginald the Illusionist.
My word.
Come one, come all,
Fantastic.
and see the amazing singing Stefan! Sicil's
word!
only sentient severed head!
My word.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies, side...
Rest in peace, darling.
Wow, that dead sheep smells pretty great. I mean, wow, Esmeralda. Ugh, Jake has the best smell. I'd know it anywhere. Evelyn, I always thought her stink was a pretty good stink. Let me give that a sniff. Woof, woof, whoa! This smells awesome. Too awesome. This has Jake's scent all over it.
May the seven keep you.
Rest in peace, darling.
Peace be with you, traveler. May...
Leave me be, I've a job to do.
Legion's greetings. I have been informed about your heroics on the beach. Were that I had been there to partake in the battle. But my duties lie here, sworn as I am to protect Lady Esmeralda from the rabble that would enforce summary justice. I am Septimus, seventh son in a household of 9, legionnaires all. Me and 2 brothers of mine were assigned to Sicile from day one. Alas, Both of them have long since fallen in battle against the dead. So fair a lady I have seldom seen in all of Rivellon, my friend. And I have traveled more extensively than migratory birds do. Steadfast will I guard her. Never will I waver unless absolute proof of her culpability should be brought before me. And I hold no such proof. Jake's murder is, in a word, a tragedy. He was well loved in all of Sicile. The Council of Seven couldn't have wished for a better ambassador. That he of all people should have braved the undead sea. You claim to possess evidence that implicates Lady Esmeralda in the murder of her husband? Well, let's have it then. Let me have a quick read. Wait, what? There's another... I mean, she had an admirer who wanted her to kill her husband, then elope with him? What madness is this? It cannot be true! And what questions are those? Tragedy flocks to this place, like goblins to a boar carcass. None of us guessed, when we were assigned to Sicile, that we were about to embark on a years-long stint in the unluckiest city in Rivellon. I fought orcs crazed with blood liquor, withstood assaults by ogres wielding clubs made of human bones and teeth. Aye, I've braved the poisonous spear tips of goblins aplenty.
Assure me, dear Septimus, that you haven't been fighting those awful orcs. I can't bear to imagine something would happen to you.
Oh, but don't you worry, milady. We Legionnaires are highly trained soldiers who fear neither orc nor demon.
Oh, but what if you were to be ambushed, caught unawares? Oh, catch me, for I might faint. Lords above, grant me patience. You're a source hunter, aren't you? Here because you think I killed my husband. How many times? I am Esmeralda, wife of Jake, and now, alas, his widow. Poor man. We were both so young when we married. He so rich and I so... Like I told just about every Legionnaire in town, I don't know anything about poor Jake's murder. I want his killer found and tried, but everyone suspects me of this evil deed. And you're no different, are you? So what happened? Some of them tittle-tattling crab chasers down the pub call me a murderous gold digger and you believe them? These insinuations truly go beyond the pale. Oh, I think I'm getting one of my headaches. I never liked her from the moment I met her. Men cannot see past her beauty, but I have gazed her in the eye and it was death that leered back at me. She hails from Silverglen, a village in the forest north of Sicile. How she made it past the undead without a Legion escort, I'll never know. Though I can hazard an eerie guess. If anyone killed my Jake, it must be her. She had her claws in him for many long months, and finally she must have cut too deeply. Oh, don't put stock in the hastily scribbled words of a lovelorn fool! This letter, it was a show of passion! A poorly worded passion I did not echo in the least. The Duke, he's like a spoiled child. He's not a man. He's not like Septimus. Starstone? I've never heard of such a thing. Dear Jake had a mineral collection, yes. Do you mean to imply he collected something dangerous? Something that may have gotten him into trouble? Oh, this is all too much. Well, what do you want to know? Well, there are certainly some, interesting creatures running around these days. Orcs are only the tip of the brutish iceberg. Don't forget the murderous bones along the northern gate. And if the rumors are right, the ghosts in the Black Cove. How's that old expression? Praise be that Arhu the wizard has the wits about him to build these newfangled weapons of his, or Sicile would have been the very throne of decay by now. Because of him, life here is almost bearable again, despite the walking dead. Though it's rather eerie and perplexing at the same time.
Legion's greetings, Hunter.
So tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached in any way, I've never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome, and single.
Not even worth the rummaging.
So tell me, Septimus, would your
You
wife
look, but you
sweetheart
cannot
be
see.
compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
Appears to be
I suppose
locked.
so. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached in any way, I've never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark.
I'll need to unlock this somehow.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
gracious patron. I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapours?
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Made a big change on your book with a wheel of the good stuff.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Not in the mood for cheese. An excuse is more home than a slice of this fine forward there. Made a big change on your brook with a wheel of the good stuff.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens! Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
What are ye staring at? Captain Jack's the name. Go, scallywag.
Made a big change on your brook with a wheel of the good
Well,
stuff.
what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Stir and churn!
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
Not in the mood for
A
cheese.
sauce hunter? Oh, don't tell me you got to worry about dark.
Here for your daily serving of veggies. Please partake of the plumpest.
Not in the mood for cheese.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you. Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Not in the mood for cheese. An excuse is more home than a slice of this fine forward there. Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Tall snake, wing of worm, brew and spice 'em, stir and churn.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Not in the mood for cheese. An excuse is more home than a slice of this fine forward there.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies you've ever seen.
Tall snake, wing of worm, Brew and spice 'em, stir and churn.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Lonesome? Spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Oh, catch me, for I might faint. So tell me, Septimus, would your wife
About
or
setting up the
sweetheart be
perfect
compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or engaged, I've never bothered to.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark. My, what a strong and handsome officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many a battle, am I right? In fact, I bet you're a real war hero.
Oh, I'm no hero, Miss. I'm just doing my duty. For the Legion.
Well, you certainly are my hero. The rock upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
Never fear, Millie. As long as I'm around, there are going to be
So that's what that did. Another one for the collection. Could this have been involved in the crime?
What do you think you're doing?
Assure me, dear Septimus, that you haven't been fighting those awful orcs. I can't bear to imagine something would happen to you.
Oh, but don't you worry. We Legionnaires are highly trained soldiers who fear neither orc nor
Oh, but what if you were to be ambushed, caught unawares? Oh, catch me, for I might faint.
Appears to be locked.
Where's Jake? Did he finally run off with that white-haired woman? What was her name? Candice? Esmeralda's a funny character. She's always got ham on the brain. I've never been inside her secret room, but I bet it's full of hams too. I'd go in and see if I were tall enough to reach the button. Say! Esmeralda carries lots of cuts of meat. She carves them up herself, you know. An expert knifer, that one.
and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Oh no, noble friend. Your upper chakras are in desperate need of a good scrubbing. Fortunately for you, my homebrewed tinctures will do the job. Or if you're in the mood for something a bit more electrifying, one of my air scrolls might give your system just the shock it needs.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their moldy boots.
On the moon, cheese. Their excuse is more holes than the slice of this fine
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Made a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Heavenly herring! Delicious dogfish! Yours for a scrap of gold each!
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entwhistle you.
Made a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Fresh haddock! Perfect for a fry-up!
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Made a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
I'm straight. I'm true. Harry's by the cousins.
Made a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Made a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Get it all in fresh! These batches will be out for the
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Toe of snake, ring of worm, brew and spice and stir and churn.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Get it while it's fresh! These batches only out from the sea!
Lonesome, spiritless, perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Fresh haddock! Perfect for a fry-up!
On the mood for cheese. Their excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Auburn. Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Get it while it's
slice of this fine golden
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
friends as the man with many cheeses.
Lonesome, spiritless, perhaps resting an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Made a big cheese on your book with a wheel of the good stuff.
Lonesome, spiritless, perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
I bet Tim Fred's been strung up by his ears by now.
Wow! You smell even better than the fish merchant! Your awesome smells are so awesome! Wow! You smell even better than the fish merchant! Your awesome smells are so awesome! Wow! You smell it! Jake, where are you? Are you here, Jake? Jake!
Rest in peace, darling. Rest in peace, darling. May the seven keep you.
Oh!